It's strange to not be doing this every day once again. Congratulations. You've already won the day by gracing and therefore humbling the uncommon soul with your mere presence alone. And you need to know you're awesome for doing that. You also need to know there was no stream yesterday because Everyday Erdrick was completed Sunday. So I am no longer bound by 2 hours a day. And it already feels weird again. But it's alright. If anything, I've done this, almost 3 times this year? Twice I've done it well. Once I ended up letting my hubris for something mess up a day during that. But reflecting on the year can happen later, I think, and I do intend to reflect on the year. At the very least, though, one thing I could think to do is to finish Marvel Cosmic Invasion. That, I swear, we're at least halfway through the game, or 2/5 or something, so I feel like that can happen, and then there would be time to reflect on 2025. This is intended to be the last stream of the year, after all. And I need to brighten myself. I didn't check my light levels before I started, but it's whatever, for the most part. What's not whatever, and in fact something I want to do, what's with this nose stuff upness? It's not even stuffed up, but I'm still, for the most part, fine. What I want to do is say hello to Zarnathia one last time in 2025, and the same goes with playing this as well. That ain't fair, because I didn't mute the game stuff. Whenever anyone subscribed, it needs to be everything muted except the sound. That's more fair there, especially considering the rule. Whenever Zarnathian is subscribed and in chat, we've got to hear one of his many kitties lance. I don't make the rules, he does. I'm more than willing to adhere to those rules. And I'm more than willing to finish one more game before the year ends. And if there's any more time before, I don't even know how long it would take me to reflect on the year. And I'd rather it be what ends the stream. But I'm not 100% if that's how it'll happen, but we'll figure it out. In fact, something I can be doing is checking on trophies to do for this, because there was definitely something I wasn't worried about doing, and I just remembered to bring the sound back on for the game. I can't get over how pixelated it looks in ways that I appreciate, just like Shredder's Revenge. Now, what were those trophies? Because there's all kinds of stuff here regarding doing something with the characters. Phyla-Vell, teleport strikes, Cosmic Ghost Riders blasters, cosmic damage with a Silver Surfer tackle, 3 of them. Defeat enemies with Photon Blast, or the Stormbreaker, or Rocket's grenades, or the Fire Dash and Air Attack. So I want to think it could be either of those. Ground Pound, knock down 3 enemies using Venom Smash and Grab. I don't know how to absorb electric attacks. Then kinetic parries I've been working on anyway. Trap enemies with the Electro Charge from Iron Man. Knock down 5 enemies with the Web Swing. So there is all that. Then a number of hidden things, like Cosmic Cubes. He's a hero to defeat his own doppelganger. And a full team special attack with 3 other players is online only. And here's something to do at least once more before the year ends. I feel bad I don't have a computer chair. I know I have an idea of what I want based on my roommates' chairs. They comfy, deceptively so. Possibly more so than a marketed gaming chair. I mean, though, if a company has a gaming chair that they would take a chance on sponsoring me with, then I'll check it out and hope that it's a good one, but not from Beautiful Souls. Some people have done way too much already in appreciative ways. Like, someone gave me the PSN money to get Cosmic Invasion in the first place. I would rather take from companies and come to a deal where things work out for both parties. But some people just really want to show appreciation that way, and I don't blame them. I just can't help but feel bad, but I know it comes from a good place, so I'd rather accept the good graces. It's just, I'm that deserving. I'm gonna have a Kirby on my head, and Sarnathian's gonna have a Marshmallow on his. Marshmallow put himself up there. Mini Kirby here needs a little help, but he doesn't mind it. He's happy with the help. And so he says, "Hi," to Sarnathian. And then there's a pic of him, of Marshmallow. So I need to see that my own self. Make sure everyone's still in view, and they are. And then I can also say hello to Sakurubi as well. And there was a tiny moment where I thought of you, actually, Ruby. I'll say why after I play these. It's because, now it shouldn't make any sense, or I could be confusing colors or something. I was playing Dynasty Warriors Origins last night, or earlier this morning or something. And there, in theory, I wouldn't think there'd be cherry blossom trees, but they sure looked like it to me. I swear I saw some, and you immediately came to mind because of that. All right. So where am I? I defeated Dark Phoenix and she became Phoenix again. I ain't overly worried about doing every single stinking challenge, although I do try my hardest. The more important thing right now is to simply do the stages, although I will go for challenges like Phoenix and Beta Ray Bill. And don't get hit by Galactus's Cosmic Absorption. So I know who I'm gonna use here. Fire and Life Incarnate. Now I do want to check things with the colors. Yeah, that is totally different there, and I think that's different because the pants are segmented here. With the pants segmented, you could actually give her skin tone there, so it looks like a different outfit, actually. It's real cool there. And then how differently colored things are with Wolverine, you can still work in the... I don't like all of that there. You have it where you can have that classic 90s look. I love that so much. Now, you don't have anything similar with Iron Man here. But there are various ways to color pixels, so to do the different designs of various characters. And that was always cool to notice. But then again, US Agent and Captain America are very easy to switch out. Very, 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 very easy. Alright, so these are where the challenges come into play. Phoenix and Beta Ray Bill.
Fire and Life Incarnate.
Huh, that's what the game said.
By the power of Stormbreaker.
I've known Marvel Cinematic Universe Thor to use Stormbreaker, but I know nothing of Beta Ray Bill. That's alright, he deserves some time here.
The hour
waging war against Annihilus across the galaxy. We need your help to save Asgard.
I forget who the dog
Say no more,
is.
Lady Sif. I pledge Stormbreaker's steel to you.
Gotta love the Sakura indeed. Very much so.
I am reborn.
Okay, toss enemies in pits using Phoenix. And hit 4 enemies with a single tackle with Beta Ray Bill. And then I forget the controls, really.
These bugs can't outrun my telekinetic grasp.
It's been so long, I actually do need to check that. But I know there's no tech recovery. Oh, right, she can fly. Are these not pits then? Okay, we did that. Then his is hit enemies with a single tackle, Beta Ray Bill. So let me reorient myself on the moves. Sprinting, squares melee, then there's charge attacks. Triangles, unique attacks. Might cost charges or ammo. Circle is a block or dodge. Then parrying is for blocking heroes only. Then there's jumping and flight, which put you on 2 set planes. Then there's air attacks, sprinting attacks while dashing, dodge attack after dodge. Then special attack with focus, the blue bar. Cosmic swap, cosmic assist, so that calls them in, not just tag. Launch and swap, and combo assist, and unique assist, and tackle assist. That's a pushback thing. And special cosmic, hold R2 and press R1. And team, hold R1 and press R2. Halle Berry or Alexandra Shipp? Which is Alexandra Shipp then? What movies is she in? Is it the later X-Men stuff like Origins? No, not Origins. First Class? No, she wasn't in First Class. Was she in Days of Future Past? Then there was Dark Phoenix. I forget how many movies there were with James McAvoy as Xavier. I know First Class is one of them, and then there was Days of Future Past. Was there one before Dark Phoenix? Because I cannot remember for the life of me. I think my first general thought would be Halle Berry. It's probably mainly because I grew up with her being Storm. There was X-Men Apocalypse. I saw it, I just didn't remember it. Was it Apocalypse then Dark Phoenix? And kind of think, Apocalypse, I swear, recruited Storm, Alexandra Shipp's Storm. Then she realized issues and came to join the X-Men in that continuity. I swear that's how it happened. And then she was definitely with the X-Men for Dark Phoenix. I'm just so easily drawn to Halle Berry, and it's probably not just because of her being my first. It's probably also just all that X-Men that I know, and I have better memories of it than Apocalypse and not Days of Future Past, Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix. I just like those first 3 X-Men movies before what we have now. I don't think I have enough memories of Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix. I probably have to rewatch those to see how I really feel, but those first 3 X-Men movies, I can easily rewatch. That said, I have to wonder, I don't know, I wouldn't even think to ask him, how would Elliot Page feel about how he was back in movies like X3, The Last Stand, or Juno, or Inception? I don't know how he was feeling about himself in those movies back then, but I wouldn't think to ask him. It would feel impolite in ways. There's no getting rid of those, though, is all. That's the issue there. Okay, so she has the grab, the telekinetic grab. But there's a matter of defeating enemies with the I believe it's fire dash or the dash attack and air attack for Phoenix. My memory just really sucks. Yeah, defeat with fire dash and air attack. And Beta Ray beat with the Stormbreaker. So there'd be a throw. And then Thunder Strike. Is it with Stormbreaker itself? I want to think it's with Stormbreaker itself, so the special attack. I need a number of enemies to show up, though. He cannot fly. That's not much of a dash attack, though. And that's not necessarily defeating enemies, neither.
Bring on Stormbreaker, Bill.
Why don't I actually throw Stormbreaker here?
Fire from the depths of the cosmos.
And at least they can't fall damage. I meant to hit 4 enemies at once with a tackle. We have to keep getting people back. Oh, time's up already. But I'm not gonna get rid of him right now.
The world trees under attack. Asgard and the Ten Realms' survival depend on it.
Asgard is a second home to me. I shall defend it to my last breath.
Let's see. 4 enemies here. Need to hit them all. There we go. Now I just need to avoid cosmic damage. Whatever cosmic damage may be. And defeat enemies with the Stormbreaker. But then I have to worry about him being alive, too.
Enemy hordes are no match for my Phoenix Flame.
I just hate that you can't tech recover.
Horde is nothing.
We probably need that. Probably needed that very badly. Oh, Galactus.
A greater danger than Surtur himself.
Why would an entity of such power attack Asgard?
And I guess the charge is based on, what? The charge is based on how long it's out. But why Galactus, though?
Hold your hammer high, Beta Ray Bill. Phoenix Flame.
Oh, that still hits her. That I can be sure of. Let me avoid all of that, though.
Hey, I still enjoy fast food.
I thought that he was going to grab that. That's what I intended on.
Away with you.
If anything, I kind of want to get rid of them fast. I do not feel like the risk of suffering more cosmic damage. Why don't you stay still and let me defeat you with things. Must avoid all that.
Face the Phoenix, pay the price.
Let me get those grapes.
A warrior needs
Okay.
sustenance.
I'm okay here.
My flames.
I may as well be doing that at the moment.
My power
Get that
rises.
all back.
Birds of Ember.
Why don't I stay up here? Oh,
The
Galactus.
Annihilus have managed to control Galactus himself.
Even the mightiest have their weaknesses, Phoenix.
Is that Stephen J. Bloom there as Beta Ray Bill? I don't remember for the life of me. I don't mind that there.
My power rises.
Oh, there's a big thing here. It's like he's got regen, or the both of them have regen or something. The oh so powerful flames of the Phoenix, though. This ain't much Phoenix flame here, the dash attacks and all that. The dash and the air attacks are not very fiery like I thought they would be by the trophy name. And maybe this looks lame for sure, but I'm going for trophies here. Some trophies are going to be lame looking. Nah, I'm not bothered by it.
Nothing.
There's Thor. Easy. Let me Beta Ray again.
Needs sustenance.
These hits won't bother me as much as long as I'm not hit by cosmic damage. That's the most important thing. As long as I'm not hit by cosmic damage. I want to defeat enemies with Stormbringer here. That had been happening a good bit there. The Stormbringer doesn't help him to fly. Why don't I throw that right at the thing here? Now it's dead. I can hardly think to do much else when I have to defeat enemies with Stormbringer. There's another number there. Such video game music in ways that I appreciate.
I can feel the energies of the World Tree.
We're close.
And get more hits in. Then I have to stay away, or I die. Did I avoid cosmic damage, or do I still have to risk?
Welcome heroes to your demise.
Now for Hela. She was funny in Ragnarok at times.
This how a true goddess acts. A servant for Annihilus.
No matter what happens, Firebird, people die. The more Annihilus destroys, the larger my legions of undead grow.
Why, oh why? We'll get away from them. Okay, she blocks, so I should parry things. Like that. Like that. Very much. So I ought to see some things and parry. I'm glad it came back to me here. Yeah, I'm real glad that came back to me. It needs to be more within range, though. Oh, she threw all three out there. Can I grab her? Her armor's not back on, at least, yet. I don't think I can grab her, though. I feel like I've not been hit by things, though. I've not been hit by cosmic damage. Okay. Everyone's alive and it's all good. All good there, Mini Kirby. And now I can actually read chat. I was too dialed in. Now Mini Kirby has this. No, he'll see this here.
Have been evacuated. The Eater of Worlds will soon consume the Golden Realm. We must depart.
I hate that feeling.
This seed will allow the World Tree to grow anew elsewhere.
Even though Asgard falls, its future is assured.
Now I gotta set Mini Kirby down, but he thanks Sarnathian for bringing him up. And I'm glad that he got to see the whole stage there. If anything, he probably should have. It was very spacey. And Kirby definitely goes through a lot of space a lot of times, so it would have made more sense for him to be there the whole time. And Alexander, oh no. How is Halle Berry, Alexandra Shipp, or maybe both or something? Deadpool 2, probably Halle Berry. I mean, Hugh Jackman was there, but Hugh Jackman showed up in a cameo in Apocalypse last I checked. Yeah, 2 seconds of her and 5 seconds in that room when Deadpool's bitching about not being around, but doesn't see they're right by him. Oh, Deadpool, though. Ryan Reynolds got a big redemption story in terms of comic book superhero stuff. And Deadpool and Wolverine is still fun to watch, I think. Alright. I have no idea what Destromundo is. All I know is Venom's there. So Spider-Man needs to beat him. And then hit 3 enemies with a single sonic clap with She-Hulk. It was Alexandra in Deadpool 2. I couldn't be 100%. I didn't remember to what extent. And in fact, it gets confusing because it was the first class onward X-Men in Deadpool 2. But then we saw Origins Wolverine and Hugh Jackman in the same thing, in the same movie. So it's as if Deadpool visited both sides of X-Men in terms of movies. That's probably where I got confused. No, I don't want to use She-Hulk. I already got her trophy done, but yeah, I'm going to. Now, Spider-Man, I don't mind at all. 5 enemies using traps, though. That I'll have to try hard on. Don't get me wrong, though. She-Hulk is great. Hugh was in both generations of X-Men because he lived so long, and because basically Hugh Jackman's a vampire, we'll say. No, not a vampire. He really is Logan / James Howlett / Wolverine. He really is, because he still looks young despite the age. He literally is that one of the most iconic of X-Men and Marvel superheroes as a whole. He ain't no vampire. He's the living embodiment of who we know as Wolverine.
It's easy being green.
I don't think I could have him be Superior Spider-Man. I couldn't. This gotta be the true red and blue. Hey, Uncommon, when are you gonna share Spider-Man 2 with people? No, not sharing Miles Morales makes sense. You had the videos, but then you lost them. But you streamed Spider-Man. Why not go through Spider-Man 2 somehow, probably recordings? Because I'm working on Dynasty Warriors Origins right now. And then there's some stuff I gotta do left in Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3 as well. Believe me, I want to. It's just hard to figure out when for what.
Does whatever a spider can.
Oh, there's too much. It's a fun problem to have at times, but it can be overwhelming if you got decision paralysis or analysis paralysis or both. Now, what's easy to do though is saying hello to Mindy8712. That's simple and desired to do, and especially with subscription to do it like this here. Oh yeah, I was working on making an emote of a pie pot coming out of a pot, but my Series X wouldn't start up, or wouldn't log me in my profile, I should say, so I had to factory reset. But I can find a moment in the game where a pie pot comes out and make that an emote. That could totally happen. So before I go into the stage, let me also say that this is the last stream of 2025. And for all I know, Mindy, maybe you've seen I finished Everyday Erdrick. I haven't even made a status saying that I finished Everyday Erdrick, but between that and making clips, I need to do so much. And what part of BG3? I'm in Act 1, and I defeated True Soul Near after realizing what I could have done to make it easier for me, because just me and 3 great people, that's still a lot to deal with when there could have been around 10 enemies to deal with. But because I feel bad I looked it up, but because I made a deal with some droves, that number got cut down to 5. And 2 people, a Novice of the Absolute and Near, got pushed into lava. And I was still able to get their stuff. Thank you, video game mechanics, for a little mercy there. They didn't just burn up into ash or to nothing. They didn't just melt away into nothing. But I never found Karlach, so I had to look up where she is, and whenever I record more of it, I'll be ready to meet her. So, Minnie did see the VOD, and thank you for the GGs. There was some strategy there for Shenlong, and it was very, very consistent. But man, I could not have shared the end or the post-game true end of Dragon Quest II if I were to do it within the month, but we've been past the month, the embargo was lifted, but man, how that all felt. That's why I play the remakes in 3, 1, and 2. That right there, it came full circle in 2 ways. Who have I met for party members, though? I met Asterion, and I am more than fine with him not being around anymore. I hate the guy. I hate him. But I've met Gale, I met Shadowheart, I met Lae'zel, who really doesn't get along with Shadowheart and vice versa, and I met Will. So Karlach's the only one I haven't met yet, and I want to, and I will. Okay, no one was knocking on my door. There's just a matter of opening the door and all outside the room. If I'm too loud, they'll tell me. And I hope I don't get too loud. I haven't had neighbors stump me from above or pound from below, which sounds terrible out of context. But I could still be too loud right around me, for all I fear. But I don't think yet it's an issue. Zarn missed Karlach on his first playthrough in Chapter 1, but now goes right for her as soon as he can. And reminding myself of what I read on her personality, because I did a little too much digging into some things. I gotta more romance her than Shadowheart. Well, I've done things, but I don't think we're in that committed relationship thing yet. And I wouldn't mind if something happened where Shadowheart would dump me or just say we're better off as friends. I would entertain that.
Annihilus' vermin has snuck on board. If you can clean this mess up, I'll take that big pooch off your hands.
Listen, lady. Lockjaw's our friend. He's not going into a cage.
Lockjaw. And I'm fine that he's not going into a cage. So there's plenty of animals in cages here. Now, what's her sonic clap? Hold. Hit 3 with a single sonic clap. There we go already.
I can't believe I've become a deep space bug exterminator.
Get to it, hero.
And I don't need to hit. Yes, I do, don't I? But that is just too good right there. How good he feels. I didn't get his trophy yet, did I? I don't think I did. I got She-Hulks, though. 5 enemies with a single swinging kick with Spider-Man. That felt like a trap. And then I forget about that there, too. And her big elbow drop. Look at them pretending to be Sonic the Hedgehog. That's only 3 enemies, though. I need 5. What a parry there. And he more dodges. Makes sense given his,
Sweet.
that's 3 people there. I have to jump lower to get that happening.
I'm enjoying all these cameos, but it's too bad these guys are caged here.
Oh, shoot.
This is conservation.
That shark up there. Who was that? Jeff the Shark or Jeff the Land Shark? Is that Jeff the Land Shark right up here? Who's in Marvel Rivals that people absolutely love and adore? I can't think. And who is that there? If not, say Abomination. And that elbow drop really is fun looking, though. All these Sonic cries, and now we're out of there. I'm pretty sure those are traps. How about we web swing to get them out of the air? Okay, that's only 2 enemies now. The main thing is to defeat Venom as Spider-Man.
Free food. Sweet.
That's 4 enemies there, not enough.
Last one's free. Sit this
So he's basically got 2 air attacks. Will there be 5 enemies around here? Okay, so that was Jeff. I wanted to think that was the name. And they sure want to get out. All right, we got that too. What do I feel like here? Big Gamma Quake. I defeat enough enemies with traps. And there is air grabbing. I forgot about that with her. And what a Sobat there.
They went all out with the cameos in this level.
Breaking the fourth wall is hilarious to me, okay? But here'd be 5 enemies to whack with a web swing. Need to gather them all together. I think Fin Fang Foom and Shumiko Wrath are at least 2 of them.
This one out.
Damn it. It could have been, but it wasn't.
Hand him your business card, Jen.
And how about a parry there? But they like to do things, so who's the one on the left? Because I swear I'm seeing Fin Fang Foom in the middle, and then who should be known as Shumiko Wrath on the right. That could be his tentacles there.
Fully focused.
And remembering parrying would be a real helpful thing in this game here. And then how about we deal with this? Oh, faking me out with a jump here.
Ground food. Classic.
And more parrying and all. 2 enemies here. Just easily deal with them. Oh wait, shoot! If I wasn't so impatient, I would have gotten that trophy. If only, if only. She is quite the masterful lawyer. Quite the masterful lawyer here. Okay, don't rush it, Uncommon. Wait and see about 5 enemies here. And that feels like symbiote stuff there. Easy. There we go.
Symbiotes. Great.
There's my silver trophy there. Surprised to be silver. I figured most of them would just be bronze with the character challenges.
All this mess is from my prized pet. He was broken in his peaceful
I couldn't
biome, and
rush.
It's now enraged.
I am not looking forward to meeting this pet.
Spidey's got all the feeling in the world.
Sit this one out.
I need his health back more than hers. Look at him. Now defeat him could probably soften him up. There was this heavy punch right there.
Be careful with the symbiote. He's the jewel of my collection.
Be careful. Jewel? Why can't I ever get away from this guy?
Careful, Jewel.
Web shooters are running low.
What stuff does he have beside that? Web pull, no thank you. That's just webbing. Now the armor's back. Then he's a whole land shark of his own volition. He can be such a mess. How about Perry Seer? He ain't defeated yet. She even comments on the combo string. She's the Killer Instinct combo announcer here.
Friendly neighborhood assist.
I'm calling in my lord.
Now I hope this. Okay.
Gotta
Come on. There we go. Okay. We're good. We're so good. And that's why JJ pays me the big bucks.
Come on, Venom. Work with us. Don't you want to be a good guy for once?
While Annihilus rages on, innocents all over the galaxy will pay the price.
We've sworn to protect the innocent. Annihilus's brains will make a most tasty treat.
As long as you stay away from mine, Brock.
This Venom swears to protect the innocent? That I would not expect. Now, if it were, what's his name? The bully who becomes the better one. I can't think. It ain't Eddie Brock, I know that. If it was Flash Thompson as Agent Venom, that would be far more understandable there. But regarding Karlach, she is greater than all the Zarnathium, and there's a reason she's the only BG displate Zarn's got. Understandable reasons. And I don't understand the whole cross thing there with Zoo Kitty. I don't know who she is nor why the cross is there. All I know is to say hello to Juan. That I know to do. And I knew I was looking for Agent Venom otherwise, but I was looking for the man within Agent Venom. I was looking for Flash Thompson. But I was thinking of who would be Agent Venom. Eddie Brock could never. Not to my knowledge anyway. So here's Venom and Black Panther. 5 enemies with a single special attack with Black Panther. Then 10 enemies with Venom's throw. And what are their trophies? Because there's a kinetic parry thing for Black Panther. Then Venom. Knock down 3 enemies while using a smashing grab on another. Then 50 kinetic parry, says Black Panther. I wish it would tell me how many kinetic parries I did with him within the trophy list. So Venom and Black Panther. I kind of want to go with the blue here instead of the black. I've been seeing blue in the MVC games. And I can't have him be anything other than black, armored Black Panther. Wakanda and Chadwick Boseman forever.
Yes, my escape is forthcoming. Soon I shall be free.
Yeah, that's not concerning at all. What here? Lethal grab, then press it again to throw. Knock, knock. Square while grabbing.
The one caged here is Null, Lord of the Abyss, God of the Symbiotes, our creator. Yes, little one. I shall soon be free of my bonds. Face me when you are. Kings do not hide.
I haven't defeated enemies. I thought I'd been thrown into other enemies. Is that not smash and grab then? Oh no. That must be what I need to be doing. Yeah, I think that's what I need to be doing there. There we go. There's the ground pound. That's what I was meaning to think of. They look disastrous, though. Maybe I better switch out right now. Oh, right, we hit with that. We hold square to do that. I hate the slowing down, though. And just keep catching. I don't know if that counts there. I think it does. I think the throw does more damage if they're simply tossed aside with nothing in the way. Yeah. That's peculiar, but... yeah, it is peculiar. But I'm learning how it works. And invincibility during the knock-knock attack, no less. But I need to keep him alive so I can do the challenge still. He's supposed to strike. Let's see. Kinetic slashes. That's kinetic slashes. He said kinetic burst, so I couldn't be sure. We got Steam working on Windows 7. Someone's backported it. Oh, wow, that's pretty far back. But then, though, I honestly don't know who's using Windows 7 in this day and age and why use Windows 7, as in, like, what good reasons are there for it that I don't realize for Windows 7? Oh, Juan is using Windows 7. And Steam didn't work on Windows 7? Because I would never know that. I would never have paid attention. So, why not up on later versions of Windows then, by chance? What's your reason for it? Because I'm sure there must be a reason why you're not on, say, Windows 11, which is not as preferred, I'm sure, for reasons I don't remember, probably involving security, surely AI in there. But why are you still on Windows 7? And Venom, Juan finds to be pretty ballin'. I cannot blame you for that opinion there. I guess then my question would be, is there a particular Venom you more prefer than another? Are you more into the Eddie Brock Venom than the Flash Thompson Agent Venom by chance? Or is it because that's Venom and that's Agent Venom, so Agent Venom is not a thing like Venom is to you? Money issues and computer way too much. Those are extremely valid issues, especially in this day and age. And apparently there may be reason to fear prices going even higher for at least RAM, surely also coolers, given AI data centers. They could be buying up way too much, and because of that, RAM producers could be really marking up the prices because of the high demand amongst AI data centers, instead of the common person like us who wants our PCs for gaming or just having a good workhorse or something. I guess Venom Pretty Ballin' is a reference to a comic variant featuring Venom dunking my friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, which I do not like, man. Venom cannot be dunking the big deal web slinger. The webhead ought to make a big ball out of Venom and dunk him. Break the whole backboard, bust the rim, shatter the glass, and get the Marvel superheroes the big finals NBA trophy, let's say. Venom can't be doing that, but he did in a variant, and there's no way for me to erase that.
Strange. Like something is affecting my senses.
I wanted to get away from that. Oh. That was the corruption wave there. Well, I'm gonna go out and back in because I didn't realize what I was doing there.
Yes.
It's whatever at the moment.
What manner of evil are we facing here?
The one caged here is now Lord of the Abyss, God of the Symbiotes.
Those aren't corruption waves at the very least, though.
Yes, little one. I shall soon be free of my bonds. Face me when you are. Kings do not hide.
What a king that Black Panther is, that T'Challa is. But this is a very dangerous dimension here, from the looks of it. And then run in and keep doing that. If you ain't slowed down, that is.
Show them the fury of a symbiote.
Why show them the fury of a symbiote, though? Symbiotes are dangerous. And then there's regenning, which can be a total issue. Okay, 5 enemies defeated with throws right now. And being able to do that is a fun thing, after all. Here. One more to defeat with a throw. Okay, he can be thrown in. He's got web throw, like from Marvel as it is, so why didn't I think of that? Okay, we're good there. Swing out of the way of that. They don't keep respawning, do they? I gotta actually beat them down. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. Okay, now that that's dealt with, I'll avoid the other one here. Get an assist and pop that. Then I'll do it again. Yeah. And one more time here. Okay. We're all good there now. Venom ain't happy about that. It doesn't matter who's alive to fight the boss here. I got those, oh, shoot. There were 5 things, and I probably could have done that. But R1 is the special attack. The only thing that got working on Steam, Windows 7 Steam, Ultra Street Fighter 4 are kind of heart thumping something's third, Star Wars Dark Forces. I see Ultra Street Fighter 4 in there. I see Ultra Street Fighter 4. I don't know, are kind of hearts thumping or something's third. Now I know there's a game called Devil's Third. I don't know if that's on Steam though. Then Star Wars Dark Forces is totally a game. That's totally the name of the game. King of Fighters 02 Unlimited Match. System Shot though. Are you saying the System Shot and it doesn't work on Windows 7 Steam, or what are you saying there? The title of the Arcana Heart game, the third entry, it has a mouthful. Okay, so I'm thinking it's Arcana Hearts 3 Love Max, maybe the update 6 stars. So that name should be Arcana Heart 3 Love Max 6 stars, I think. Oh, not System Shock, the classic System Shock. That's why I need to be sure of things and get some clarity here, because System Shock is definitely a thing. Okay. Need 5 enemies to defeat with uh-oh. I see that there. And I need to defeat this here too. I couldn't risk the special there. And I forget about the vibranium blades here. Sonic damage. I don't know that anything's really happening there.
The symbiote hive mind took it upon themselves to contain Noah's evil. But this cage is now fragile.
It is all the AIM soldiers doing. Their harvesting has weakened Null's cage. The entire cosmos will behold my true power, thanks to human avarice.
Oh, easy, there's...
Creatures are vulnerable to sonic damage.
You know what? They totally are. They actually totally are. I ain't think about it. Whoa, let me get away from that.
My focus is strengthened.
Had to get away from that, though. Damn it! Something went wrong and I couldn't stop myself. I'm too far in the stage to think about it now. I will not be restarting this. What a dimension here. Oh. Shoot, he didn't have that. If I had the focus, I could have done it. Is that something regarding Iron Man there? Five enemies with special. But they're up in the air, though. Good. I'm glad that hit the both of them. It's only 3 enemies. And then someone with a shield, if not Captain America, I'm not convinced. And then what looks like Thor there. They're in the air and they won't be hit by the special. But honestly, he's a boon here. Well, I didn't get that special or that challenge neither.
The kingdom black rises.
So I'm sure I gotta get rid of these here.
I'll smite you all. You shall bow to me.
We'll never be your subjects. We are free.
Damn it. He got back to being shielded. That's the kind of thing Wolverine should be doing. I'm just glad to get health back, though.
Venom's bite spells your end.
Clearly can't grab him. I do love the speed of Black Panther, though, very much.
Counterblast.
That's what I should be doing there.
Show them the fury of a symbiote.
Let me do this here. I feel like the middle of the screen would be best for that. And then what a shark attack there.
I lack power.
There he goes.
We must unite.
Feels bad I didn't get that challenge done.
The bonds are tightening up. We have to leave before this cage seals up again.
I shall have my revenge on you all. No more stars. No more light. No more innocence.
Why does he hate all that?
Out of here, you'll have to deal with us.
Why does he hate all that good stuff, though? Then Hala there with the Kree and Bugs, or the Kree Bugs War. And then also Windows 7 Steam for one, Lego Star Wars, the complete saga. Elite, an updated version of both original Lego Star Wars and I think it was Lego Star Wars, then Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. I swear that's what it was. But the complete saga is that. And then, is it the Skywalker saga? That's the latest one, but you're not able to play that on your Windows 7 Steam? Rocket Raccoon and Captain America. And don't be detected by drones in the first section. Oh no. Now I got Cap's trophy. What's rockets? That would be grenades to defeat.
Ready for the fight.
And I can't think of the color for him. Whatever color is based on his Marvel vs. Capcom appearances, so I'll just stick with this.
Rocket, furry, and fully armed. So, what are we blowing up here, Cap?
Annihilus's fleets. They're in stationary orbit. We need to activate Hala's defense system first.
As long as we blow up something.
That's all he wants. And then Zarn is getting more games on PS5 is causing Zarnathian to run out of space. Decided to get a 4 terabyte drive today for it. Should be here next year. My man, my man, my man, my man, one for each TB, and then my man for PS5. Now, there's no need to do what I'm doing, and I'm not doing it as a point of bragging. All I want to do is just show that I did that for myself a long time ago because I knew that this would be my biggest deal of a thing. It was pricey. Had to pay it off in installments. And even then, it's still full or close enough to it. But totally worth just the issue of having so much. And it's still not enough. But I totally understand. And defeat with the shield throw.
Discus throw.
Discus throw? No, that's shield slash, man. What you talking about? This is shield slash. That's one. At least it doesn't cost any charge of any kind. That's two. That's three.
Better avoid these searchlights. Don't want extra noise.
We're good here.
What happened here could be the fate of the whole galaxy. We must prevail.
I like to think this really is simple. Sure feels simple. Whoa. I can hurt them. Good. That's not gonna cost me a challenge. What I mainly need to do is avoid those that are moving forward. I want to defeat with the shield throw, the shield slash.
Better than rations.
Whoa. Avoid those two.
Shield sling.
Now, shield sling on more, except it's a thing to say. Oh, that statue is a thing too. I want it to break. Okay. We're good there, and I almost ran into that. It will only be deactivated, it won't stay off all the time. Okay, we got that.
Heads up.
Let me turn that off. What else can he do? Stars and stripes, not rising flag, but stars and stripes. Then charging star with a shield bash.
Shield sling.
Whoa.
Okay, I'm close enough to activate the console. It'll boot up the whole crew tracking system.
Roger that. Better than rations. Battle ready.
I don't know. I didn't see. I'm trying to get out of the way of all this here. And I don't know if that counts as a beacon or not. I need more range here.
That's enough.
Just like Marvel vs. Capcom. Throwing the shield and doing the things there. I want to turn them both off. Oh, right, I already defeated enough, so... Let's use grenades to defeat now.
You're gonna be seeing stars.
I kind of need them down.
Now that's
Like that. Oh, but he can rock it up with a double jump. There goes another one. Man, that's funny there. He's quite a utility thing. That's pretty funny right there. Okay, we did that too. This first attack in this combo was a gunshot.
Greetings, heroes. I thank you all for putting me back into command. Be warned, the system countermeasures have been activated. You'll be deemed intruders. Leave now.
Okay. I was somehow undetected. Those statues saw and tried to attack, but I guess it wasn't detection. So all the challenges are done. Maybe one day an 8 terabyte will go on sale for a reasonable price. Can a PS5 support 8 terabytes now? Because I wouldn't realize that. And then how would transfer from 4 TB to 8 TB? Would it be a matter of getting the save data in the cloud, then simply reinstalling everything on the 8 TB? Or are there 2 storage bays or storage ports in the PS5 and you can simply transfer from one to the other? So I would not remember for the life of me. But I do want to remember to say hello to Grimoirehurst and thank you for the lurk here. That I want to remember. But there might actually be some rocket here. Random elemental effects and a double jump in can bounce on enemies, and sliding mine drop is funny. And that's lane wide, and that's radial there.
Oh, that ain't good at all.
Don't make us regret it, Supreme Intelligence, or we'll be back.
I reassure you, I only act in the best interest of the Kree people.
Oh, that's the Supreme Intelligence. The Kree Supreme Intelligence. I wouldn't remember that enough at all.
That's enough.
And I can't enough remember all his stuff. Shield Bash just knocks down enemies, that's all it is. Then he's a charging star. That's the dash attack.
You guys are no good.
Funny to lay down mines, though.
Better than rations.
Is it hit or defeat enemies with grenades for the trophy, though? That I forget. I keep pausing and checking so many trophies. Defeat enemies with grenades. That's gonna be too much, though. There are weak enemies somewhere that can fall by grenades or by not much. Hold still. There's a defeat by grenade. And there's another defeat by grenade. Now, if only that would knock them down, not just hit them.
Tech for my rocket pack. It's me extra jumps and supreme intelligence. How smart could it be? It can't even turn off the security system.
Seems underwhelming right about now.
There's so much going on here right now. And I just want to kill with grenades.
Hold on, I gotta find the next grenade.
I want to get more kills with grenades.
I ain't picky about food. Bunch of jabronis.
This is a whole lot of enemies here to defeat with grenades, actually, so this can be a thing. But there's so many of these enemies here. Oh, you know what? They're coming because I haven't been the harvesters. I haven't been the enemies that are bringing out more of these. Now, what a explosion was that?
Cover your ears.
You know what? This is probably fine for the sake of the trophy. Except we're about to die, and I don't want that. I don't feel like having Rocket die, though.
That's enough.
Here comes a big one.
I didn't even think about it there.
Hold on, I gotta find the next grenade.
Let me avoid that there.
You're gonna be seeing stars.
Now, wherever food is, I need Rocket to grab it. But the only thing I could wish right now that I can think of is to be able to tech recover. My biggest wish is to tech recover. Okay, storage space from 250 gigs to 8 terabytes. I shudder to think how expensive 8 terabytes will be. It ought to be only double that of 4 terabytes, but I feel like they can make it more pricier than that if they wanted to. Maybe that would be enough for my stuff. I feel like I lost a food thing just a moment ago, or just now. Look at all that firearm stuff there. It's kind of a lot. Let's get rid of them.
I need explosive ordnance.
Oh, oh, yeah, no, that wasn't right there. I don't feel like having Rocket die. If only that were more stars and stripes than it is.
Die for Annihilus.
I don't think she wants to do that. I don't think she means to die for Annihilus.
Watch out! That quantum sword of hers is no joke.
Life threatens.
You're strong enough to beat Annihilus's thrall, Phyla.
You really are, though. Oh, she had a parry of her own. How about a whole lot of hurt there? Oh, the shield went back up, though. I didn't see those photon swords coming in. These parries, though. Love doing that. Then void damage, it feels like.
Blast away, Rocket.
I didn't mean for that. There we go. $800 on up for 8 TB. Why do I swear it was more along the lines of 200 or 300 for 4 terabytes? Why do I think it wasn't 400?
I'm okay now, but I need to hit something.
Hey, who hacked my comms?
Thanos.
Laugh.
Why Thanos? And there's still more to go. Still plenty to go here. Phyla-Vell and Iron Man. And don't get hit by the Sanctuary 2 defense system. Phyla-Vell, the protector of the universe. 4 TB runs around 300 on up. Why can't 8 terabytes be only around 600 on up then? Why? 4 terabytes double is 8 terabytes, isn't it? So why not 600 on up for 800 or for 800 or 8 terabytes?
Iron Man.
All systems go.
Protector of the universe.
I don't know enough about Phyla-Vell as it is. And I swear I don't have Iron Man's thing, or do I? I swear I don't. Got Caps. I don't have Iron Man's. 50 teleport strikes. perform 50 successful teleport strikes as Phyla-Vell. With Iron Man, trap 50 enemies with electro charge. What electro charge? Or do you mean electro birth? And Phyla-Vell, triangle, triangle.
Welcome to my sanctuary. Surely you have come to witness my
Like that.
experiment.
Sentinels.
Experiment is about to be drawn to its conclusion.
I've been here before the slug.
Thanos has been outfitting Annihilus' armies through a negative zone portal of his own.
Negative zone. Why you gotta do that, Thanos? And the important thing is to do teleport strikes. You know, that sounds very 90s Marvel Capcom game right here. That guitar. Like that guitar right there sounds very much like X-Men Children of the Atom or Marvel superheroes or what have you. That's a timing thing, and I don't mind it at all. As long as I perform successful teleport strikes. Need to do parries as Phyla-Vell, but I'm working on a trophy right now. And I didn't mean to move forward with that, though. And she can fly, as I thought. I just want to do a lot of successfuls. Those hidden missiles, who you might call it, Dr. Doom will be proud of.
Is this the best you got?
Teleport strikes are absolutely happening here right now. And I want to avoid that mine. And with her teleport strike, there ain't no real worry about when it goes off screen pretty much, and not long after, she'll get that back.
Ready to fight back.
Yeah, that guitar in particular. There's the Quantum Strike. Now I can go for parries. Oh, she doesn't parry that way. Cosmic Counter is what I need to do then. But I have to do that better. Oh! I didn't even think about her health. That's upsetting. I don't feel like going back for it though. And I forget what it is with Iron Man again. Something about the charge. None of that there. Trap enemies with the electro charge attack. I'm sorry, Phyla-Vell. That's hilarious.
What do you get out of this, Thanos? Death finally answering your phone calls?
When one lives as long as I do, empires rising and falling become routine. Thus, an experiment. Examine if a single-minded force like Annihilus could tame the wilderness of the cosmos.
Oh man, you decide where to go from here.
Machines, Sentinel junk. I've seen better taste in tech, Thanos.
Earth has been an obstacle before, but I knew that by striking key alliances with disgruntled parties, I could add their might to Annihilus' forces.
Why, Thanos? All for the love of death.
You're out of business.
And I want to avoid all that. How about some repulsor blasts? Want to get some trapping in. But I don't know what constitutes as trapping, though. Yeah, I really don't know what constitutes as trapping in this case.
Electroshock.
Oh, there's health for her. She can come back in. But I'm not gonna let her come back in right now. Maybe until I get rid of down to one enemy or them. There's a parry right there. Another one. I so was guarding that. Like that again. And another one. Yeah, we're getting parries here. I should have been using Iron Man's special attack here. What a proton cannon. Whoa. Having to deal with all that there. Easy. I'm not risking it with her right now.
I need more juice.
Why don't I just hit you from behind here? I need health.
Powered up. Ugh, street food.
But it's kind of funny though, the whole what? Infinity Gauntlet ice cream here.
Quantum bands.
I need more health here. I can't think of trapping. Is it the arc reaction I should be doing? There ain't no health around.
I need more juice.
There's stuff around here. And blast another couple.
You shouldn't expect
Damn it.
too much from them, child. They're only humans after all.
My arc reactor needs to cool down.
I don't like how this is feeling here. Need to get more hits from a distance here. Then I couldn't do that. I'm sorry, Tony. I ain't worried about parrying right now.
Ready to fight back. My sword is mightier.
The pen's still mightier at times than the sword, but not right now.
Quantum flash.
Here, people. Okay, we have that. And now to just worry about beating them down. There's still defense systems going on here, though. And no way to get out of that grab.
I was born for this. Sword flash.
How about we just keep striking you?
Shining star.
Oh man, I have to
Great
fight here.
experiment continues. Annihilus's conquest has to be tested.
Why, oh why, man?
Now, you can sit back and see the great experiment unfold by my side or meet your end.
You're going to meet the end of my quantum blade, monster.
Glad to be within, but couldn't do things. That felt real bad there. It saved the challenge, though. I'll still do this, though.
Putting on my fanciest suit for this.
Welcome to my sanctuary. Surely you have come to witness my great experiment.
Your experiment is about to be drawn to its conclusion.
I've been here before the slug. Thanos has been outfitting Annihilus's armies through a negative zone portal of his own.
Hers is straight down. Well, I still got rid of 2 of them.
Butt-kicking sequence engaged.
I'll do it this time, though. It'll be all good. Western Digital drives for 4 terabytes are in the 400 range. And the $300 price was probably cheaper around days like Black Friday. And yet, Black Friday and holidays are not the only time. Such big things like Amazon and sometimes companies themselves may have comparable sales throughout the year. Black Friday is sure easy to think of, though. The AI stuff is messing up prices also. That's definitely something I've been mentioning about the RAM and the cooling stuff. But I probably should have also thought it would apply to storage as well. Hate the thought of that. And as a contrast, I love the thought of saying hello to Ericus. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It just feels fun, right, fair, and deserved to do. Why can't I get rid of that bar and touch portal though? The NAND chips. Very much so. I hate the thought of all of that. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. And I almost forgot to bring the game sound back up. Look at this. Everybody's saying hello to each other like we're all neighbors in a neighborhood that want to be together and we have the time to be around. And there will be reflection on the year here during the stream. I did not realize how long, though, Marvel Cosmic Invasion is. It's not that I mind as much as it's a time thing at times. I don't feel like taking out the bugs here. Well, now I'm gonna have to for the sake of stuff. But Ericus, I don't know if you played through this or if you have this yourself. I want you to hear that guitar right there. That guitar. I'll ask when it's done. It's still going. Then listen to the guitar real fast. Have you played, I want to imagine, have you played anything the likes of X-Men Children of the Atom or Marvel Superheroes or any of the Marvel vs. Capcom games back on the CPS2 arcade stuff before Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or 1 for that matter? Does that guitar not sound like the guitar you'd hear in any of those Marvel fighting games back in the day? That guitar in particular. It sure did to me. And it felt awesome to hear. All right, what else is there? Special attack here.
answering your phone calls?
When one lives as long as I do, empires rising and falling become routine. Thus, an experiment. Examine if a single-minded force like Annihilus could tame the wilderness of the cosmos.
I need more juice.
I can't special right now.
Deal some contra damage, kid.
That's real nice, though. And then the piano there, or whatever that is. Like, some instruments in this music here feel like Marvel vs. Capcom games or the earlier games. Probably Marvel vs. Capcom 1 at the latest. The guitar definitely feels like it. Since we went one way, we'll go the other way, and I'm thinking there's low gravity out here. So this whole place is powered by Uravity. She touched the whole of space and made it so that it's low gravity out. I'm pretending that's what's happening anyway. I can't think that that's the trap that's being talked about.
Repulsor blast.
And speaking of Marvel vs. Capcom, Repulsor Blast!
This whole plan, all this destruction, you're mad.
No, like all those stars surrounding you, I simply am.
Man, Thanos, though. Okay, we got that challenge done now, too. Let me do the jump up to slam down. But those missiles were hitting a bit too hard there from that orange sentinel. Mango Sentinel. That ain't orange sentinel, that's Mango Sentinel right there. I didn't even think about it. Mango Sentinel, or close enough to it, or a reference. Now it's definitely doing Charging Star earlier. There was no aura around it, but then again, there wasn't in Marvel superheroes, but that was totally a thing with Captain America. It made Marvel it made Ericus very happy to see that Marvel would greenlight a game like this here, considering how much money the IP is worth. They must be hearing or seeing people enjoying beat-em-ups. There have been plenty of beat-em-ups in the last few years, and Tribute Games definitely did stellar work with another IP, so why wouldn't Marvel want to get in on this? Why wouldn't they? And for whatever reason, this scene here is reminding me of the Battletoads arcade, and I ain't mad at it. The end of the first stage of the Battletoads arcade I'm feeling here, the way that was. Oh yeah, Battletoads and Double Dragon is totally a thing on Nintendo Switch Online. So that's fun to think about there too. And then that red-haired black thing with the claws reminded me a little of the clawed enemies in Streets of Rage 2. The way they move, them being all feral and whatnot. The only thing they're missing are grabs. Now we'll keep working on things here.
How can Earthlings sell out their own planet like this?
You shouldn't expect too much of them, child. They're only humans after all.
I feel bad about that because, what? At least in Fantastic Four First Steps, humans would come together to no more war, no guns or something like that. Oh, the green guys remind Ericus of Cybermen. I didn't think enough about that. Man, how irrelevant or how far in the past are they now? Because that was way back in the day of Z. But the pose was not irrelevant. That Yamcha death pose He got knocked out when he was safe. So there was that to think about. That came from the Cybermen days, but it made its way into Super somehow. Let me avoid the Sanctuary 2 stuff, though. If only there were any OTG stuff here, that'd be nice too. Okay, no Sanctuary 2 defenses to worry about here.
Experiment continues.
Silver Surfer, Galactus, someone, and MODOK. The guys with hair remind Ericus ever so slightly of Justice from Guilty Gear. Holy cow, how did I miss that? That makes all kinds of sense there, man.
Quantum blade, monster.
I ain't thinking enough about that at all. And what did I do to get them to mess with him out of his thing? What a big uppercut there. I don't mind that. But that came out a little faster. Tried to counter that and it wasn't happening. Then so much here. Oh, I should be going for that one there. That's how that happened. Isaac C. Singleton, though. He's too good. Isaac C. Singleton is too good either as Thanos or as Sagat. Let's go ahead and whack that. Now, I didn't think about the red health recovering. That is totally a thing here. There he is. There we go.
You're dealing with the protector of the universe.
All good there now.
The portal is activated. Time to take the fight to Annihilus.
Oh boy.
The universe is yet to be decided. Interesting.
Yeah, no, there's some length to this game. That's all right. There's still more. Let me check this out. So it must be two more things. Well, those are characters. These must be the last two story-related things there. So I'd probably take one more stream at this to make it happen, but I kind of don't... I'm not overly worried about finishing this right now. Not at the moment. Because of the time and the intention. And Ericus is hoping at some point in the game, Thanos uses the word Tiger! 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 So many different ways to say tiger, so many intonations. But you can hear it now, can't you? I don't know if you knew before that they were the same voice actor, but if you didn't know, then perhaps my pointing it out must make it a little more clearer now, if I had to think. Okay, you didn't know, but he definitely sounded familiar now. I'm glad to teach you that, because that's fun stuff to learn there. Now you can easily see it. I think with what I want to do after the break, I'll turn off the console. I think it deserves at least that much. But how I'm going to do it in percentage, I have no idea. But then Max doesn't think that hard on it neither. Like, he doesn't do all the graphic stuff all the time, but he does some things. He pulls up windows and does stuff. And that's part of what I'm thinking here. There's definitely been time for gaming, but I want to be off in time for my roommate's sleep, and I want to reflect on 2025. So stretch, relieve yourself, get a drink, get a snack, then we'll look back at the year.
I wanna just be a trigger with a brutish impulse. Trigger, the silent preacher. Watch out, keep your hands up. Don't make a big deal out of me. Trigger, don't be curious about me. I don't want you to get hurt. Watch out, keep your hands up. Don't make a big deal out of me.
Okay, that took way longer to eat than I would have expected. And I hate that it took so long. And I probably don't have to worry about the vertical canvas right now. But I can't help but think of it. I probably don't have to play any music right now. I could put that in post, but I wanted to reflect on things within the year of what's been happening with content and gaming. Not too much on the personal stuff, but there'd be some things I share. Like, apparently, at one point earlier this year, I had thought to do more fighting game stuff than I did, but nobody was coming around. Nobody who was here expressed any interest, or rather, very few people did. Not enough to warrant doing a whole lot of fighting because fighting the same people, on the one hand, can be fun when you're good with people, but some people may have different things in mind, like wanting to entertain more and more people. So there'd be time for the people that are interested, but at the same time, the same people means there's not need for a lot of time for the fighting. And it must just have gotten to be too little to me, not worth the effort. I don't know that I have what it takes to bring in people who want to do fights and then to make a time for that. Because when I try, nobody hears me. Either that or I'm not trying enough. I'm not reaching out in other places to do such stuff. And I've not felt like I've done much in the way of fighting stuff in general for myself. I mean, there's been the Street Fighter 6 characters or anything similar and all. At least there's a good couple of hours of stuff with the characters and then World Tour. But it doesn't happen all the time in every fighting game. Sometimes it's just the characters or maybe them in their arcade mode, and that's not much. Not like what Street Fighter 6 delivers. And it's not as bewildering, but still, I've not put in any real effort to play, let alone learn Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. All because of who has the stuff, who's got majority stake or ownership or what have you of SNK. SNK still makes the games. They put a lot of money in advertising, and there's been a lot of money for top name SNK players to get from any of Samurai Showdown 2019, KOF 15, or City of the Wolves. And they're doing it again. But it's still an issue of where the money comes from. That's issues there. Want to support, want there to be a Capcom versus SNK 3, but the price of support can be too much. Not willing to overlook what's not so great there. It's a problem with being a publicly traded company that someone could just come and scoop you up if they've got the money to do so. Now, if human rights were to become more of a thing, I think it'd be less of a conversation. But I can't just look at all the video game based / entertainment stuff they're doing and look the other way. I'm doing it too much with text based AI through that vidIQ or very sporadically Claire, so to figure out how to maintain entertainment with everybody. But I'm not willing to go that far, not go there as an entertainment mecca. Las Vegas, Atlantic City, there are enough of that for examples. Tokyo, any places that still somehow have functioning arcades or game centers. That's enough for me. Not going to that other country. No, thank you. but I feel bad I've not done enough or I've not been able to reach out to fellow fighting game fans. As much as Ericus loves the FGC, it's extremely niche. Is it extremely so still? I mean, over the past however many years there have been televised fighting game events, I know that, but is it still niche? And then there's representation in high schools and colleges. They may not be as much FGC, they might just be within the schools, but still, they're at least getting known and not just being told to touch grass. And then I may be looking too big because I'm looking at various people within the extremely niche place, like Jadlin Gaming and Sorana 4X. And also Winter Soul YK when they do it at times. They easily have people, and I don't know how long they've been doing it or how long it took for them to get to such a place where people would be going there and want to play various fighting games. And in fact, all of them, none of them, Jalen more so than the others, but they don't all focus on just one fighting game. Like Jade for times had been definitely Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle where she cut her teeth. There had been Under Night In Birth 2. There had been Melty Blood type Lumina. Then Guilty Gear Strive and Tekken 7. She'd play those for good amounts of time for usually them. Also a little Street Fighter 6. But not just the one game ever. Not like the more huge names. There was a little Battle for the Grid as well. I didn't mean to forget that as much as there were multiple lobbies. I went into one. I got absolutely murdered with no real... I probably got one hit on somebody. And I got carried from one side to the other, and I just kept getting juggled. I don't know if it was a touch of death or if it was just 2 touches. One opening on my end, and they did the same long combo again, and it just was... It was horrifying. Based on what Eric has seen, he totally believes that. Even with Ryu and Chun-Li, just the thought of that is a lot of why... The thought of all that is a lot of why I'm not so great with tag fighters. Like 2 or 3 touches are a little more palatable. They aren't enough to super get me out of there. Not in the way UMVC3 can with plenty of 1 touches. Plenty. It's just all so concerning. But the fire for fighting still burns within me, and it won't go away neither. I still love fighting games. Whether they can work in my content it remains to be seen. But I'll still be playing on my own time. That will never change if I have anything to say about it. And it reminds me of something else I've not been great about. Before that, though, Ericus's intro to GBVSR was very, very painful. Early access on launch, full of experts from the first game. 060 in casuals. That does sound immensely painful. Were you at least able to get rounds or bring them down to close to at least Super Skybound health or something like that? Because I only landed 1 hit on 1 person in that Battle for the Grid game. But you had to have made them sweat. in 60 matches, you had to have at least made people sweat for sure. That's all I'm willing to believe unless I'm wrong and you tell me otherwise. But there was something else I feel bad about. No, still responding. Maybe rounds here and there, but it was beatdown after beatdown. Maybe not as extreme as my grid experience because that was a one-hit game. And I only played one match. I didn't even play a set. After one match, I was like, screw this, I'm out. That is way too much. That is absolutely not fun. But then somewhere, all that beatdown turned you into more than a diamond, more than a platinum. You turned into a master after all that time this year. Last I checked, you can't be brought down from master rank once you hit it in GBVSR, can you? I know that's the case with Street Fighter 6. I swear it's similar in GBVSR. You became a... are you a master of Zeta? I forget who you play. I swear you said Zeta. You made her a master, or you're a master with her. And I haven't touched it in a while, but I know I still dig Gran. Vera. I knew it ended with an A, and it started with a consonant. I knew that much. So I at least had that. In fact, Z, V, consonant. E, I, consonant. T, R, consonant. A. They both start with a consonant, then a vowel, then a consonant, and a vowel. So in a way, that could be easy to confuse a little bit. That's kind of really funny there. And they both end with an A. So I really did have something somewhere. And the names are both of women. They're both women there. So there's that as well. Basically the same character. I mean, when we're looking at just the names, yes, but I don't know. Is Zeta not more noble or more heroic feeling than Vera? Despite either working with or having relations, not those relations, you degenerates, with Katarina and admiring her, perhaps a little strongly so. I know they don't play the same. I was wondering, like, if there's anything else, but I knew by just the name alone they were very similar. That I knew that was the joke. I was asking about details. I don't know enough about them. Oh, maybe you've seen this. We're getting the actual Grand Blue Fantasy on Steam in March, I think it is. The actual legitimate Grand Blue Fantasy that started the whole series will be coming to us on Steam. In fact, it's the rest of the world on Steam. Japan ain't getting it because they already got their game. But I think they'll have an update where it'll be, you can have it vertical or horizontal. We'll be getting it horizontal when it comes here. So now that'll be a thing. As much as Ericus is hesitant about being gotcha'd, as any of us would be, he really wants to try it. If there were a way to get rid of the gotcha, then it would be surely possibly more of a thing. Or if it only applied to cosmetics and it wasn't pay to win in any way, like where wins meet or solo leveling Arise Overdrive. And then there's one or two other games I can't think of, but they ditched the gacha model. And so I'm sure more people would be fond of that. Mega Man X Offline or Mega Man X Dive Offline. There may be the slots and all, but you don't have to spend real world money on it. Everything you can get in game through in-game money. You don't have to spend any real money on anything like that. Ericus wanted to consider playing the browser version of GB since it can be played, but didn't want to since not officially here in NA. And I think you also had to go somewhere to register to be able to play the game somehow. I don't remember the details, but I know it'll be far less of an issue come March. I don't need there to be English voice acting for that. They've done plenty of that with Versus, Rising, and Relink, and the animation. If that Steam version of Grand Blue Fantasy is Japanese voiced, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. It will not bother me in the slightest. Despite being dubbed trash, it won't bother me in the slightest. And Ericus bought Xdive offline, if only to support games going buy to play instead of gacha. That's understandable and fair there. Buy to play instead of gacha feels more supportable. I'd feel better about that. What I don't feel so good about is I had intended to play a lot of East this year, and I forget where and when I fell off, but there were at least 3 reasons I can think of. Now, I did finish the story of East's memoir, The Oath of Felghana, so I can have my head held high that I've gone through 1, 2, and 3. And I've been making progress through Memories of Celceta, but then came Everyday Harvestella, then came Expedition 33, then came the thought of 2 hours of Celceta not being much and it not seeming to matter. Then came Everyday Erdrick, not Everyday Harvestella, it was almost Everyday Harvestella. Then I can't say Everyday Wilds because I was doing Felghana during or outside of that or something. But it definitely cannot be blamed by Everyday Wilds, which I've not gone back to and really could stand to. And I was not as committed to that as I should have been. I feel bad because there's plenty of East games and they do take some time. Not necessarily, last I checked, The Legend of Heroes time, though. But still, they take some time. And kind of think next year we'll be getting Proud Nordics. I thought I saw it wasn't coming to PlayStation. At least it didn't in Japan. Went to Switch 2 and maybe Steam in Japan. I don't remember. Or did they expand the reach and more consoles will be getting Proud Nordics? Very not long after Nordics in either case, last I checked. On a different company altogether. I figured Guardians of Ozma would be just on Switch and Steam, but no. Unlike Rune Factory 5, which I didn't remember seeing, Guardians of Ozma will be on PS5 at least. Will it be on Xbox? I'm not very sure or convinced. I don't know what Rune Factories have been there, if any. But PS5 will be getting Guardians of Ozma from this summer in February. But the East thing, not playing those games enough, I feel bad I fell off of that. And it's not because they're bad games. I don't feel that way. Just so easily distracted. And then regarding negative and games, my finances have been through the ringer and the crapper to where I've had to sell a chunk of my games. Now, they are mostly games I can get in later ways, or I really don't give a crud about them. It's more there are updated versions that I can get, and I won't need to lose any real sleep over that. I mean, because of that, I've paid bills, still have power, still got roof over our heads. but I can't help but feel like I've really made more of a burden on my roommates than I could have expected, despite paying all the necessary bills and my part of them. And I had to pay my mom back so much. And I don't just have to, I want to, because I didn't ask for this happening. I misread something between last year when I started and this because of the benefits. I know that. But what I didn't know is despite all the struggle and the troubles, what kinds of things have happened and how incredible they sound. In fact, if there's time, I may want to mess with something here. And actually, it's available on the Switch One as well. And come to think, it's not even on the charger yet. And I said Switch One by mistake, but this reads Nintendo Switch 2 right here. And the Joy-Cons and the size all agree. That is some reflective monitor stuff there, I gotta say. And then that's not called Inception here with the whole mirror and mirror and mirror and mirror thing. That's not called Inception. There's some other term for it, but I forget what it is. Someone, somewhere, out of the most extreme generosity, gifted, literally gifted, without any expectation of monetary payback, gifted this and a number of other things like a screen protector, an SDXC card, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and the DK and Pauline amiibo. And all they request is to basically keep doing what I'm doing. At a basic level, that's still not even asking a lot. I want to be energetic. I want to share video game things with you all, share my journeys through video games with you all, spend time with you, give you a place to get away from the terror of the real world, which we have to be aware of at the very least. We should at least be aware of things, but they don't have to be all consuming. Know of them, but don't let them corrupt you if possible. I know I don't want that happening to me. I want to balance out the bad things with optimism and uplifting. I may be naive. I feel rather naive. But what is it that describes Zack Fair according to the Final Fantasy fandom page? I looked at that and I feel like I want to be more like him, and yet I feel a little more like Cloud in the sense of awkwardness that's unintended, but still well-meaning, because Cloud is definitely well-meaning in heartful ways. So the fandom says that Zack is upbeat, optimistic, kind, and driven, beaming with enthusiasm and energy even under dire circumstances. I don't know that I beam with energy during those dire circumstances, but however many times I get knocked down, I still get up one more time. I still get up one more time, then I get knocked down, and I keep wanting to preach that to you all and anyone else who's willing to listen. I definitely veer more towards optimism, and I want to be more kind. I'm certainly driven. If I can only be more upbeat than I feel like I am, then I'll feel more like Zack. And I think the remake trilogy has me appreciating his second hairstyle a little more than I did back in the olden days, especially the original Crisis Core. That's cosmetic and all, but the point is, Zack is more of an inspiration than I realize here. And I know that was just one thing right there. And then throughout the year, various people have somehow helped me to get things like Guardians of Ozma and Marvel Cosmic Invasion and some other things. And then I don't enough realize the power of YouTube, because I was at 996 followers on Twitch, and then I fallen to 992 in ways I don't know how or why. I'm worried if I get to 1,000 and I'll celebrate too early, then I'll be down to 997 or something. So I probably would more need to celebrate any kind of follower milestone there at 1,025. Because short of hell freezing over, I couldn't think of possibly dropping below 1,000 at that point. And yet, I don't think Twitch has done much for me as much, because there have been a lot of games to sample and share with you all. And yet, it's not at all responsible for my ability to apply for games from Xsolla that Square Enix has up. That came from YouTube. And I have to see what kind of analytics I have regarding YouTube. It's been a while with any kind of concentration on looking at analytics. But I want to read some stuff that happened this year. There's the overview. So here's the last, or rather, 2025. Now, things may not be as accurate, but over the course of 2025, 33.8 thousand views. What about 2024? 6.4 thousand views. Then I don't know where there was anything about 50,000 or 60,000 total views. Maybe there was stuff in the past years as well. Yeah, over the lifetime, I've gotten 72.2 thousand views. And it's because of putting in efforts, although 2024 and 2025 have had more concerted efforts, especially in the summer of 2025, when I have been celebrating my 10 years of streaming and had all those clips up. That all added to thresholds of 60,000 views across anything that I could apply for Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D Remake and Octopath Traveler 0. Now, having not applied for many in a long time because they didn't have those thresholds before, I wasn't expecting much. And Uncle Shaq is the only reason why I even checked and saw that I was able to. So Uncle Shaq gets my eternal thanks for that. Now, I don't know how much the letters I wrote for a proposal for those codes went, and I'd like to think it would be theoretically a little harder to get console keys compared to Steam keys, but somehow in both cases, those answers were yes on comment. Here are your keys. Share your experiences with your people. And thank you for applying. All that because I dared to post shorts celebrating 10 years of streaming. I posted shorts on YouTube. And then, because I didn't realize I hit the threshold to apply, Uncle Shaq spoke words, asked, I went and saw so I could be about it, not just talk about it. Then I saw that I could. And instead of letting fear or history keep me from even trying, I still applied. And those tries became positive results. Those attempts became unexpected wins. And it makes me want to further memorize the last lesson George Feeney gave Tori and Topanga Matthews, Sean Hunter, and Eric Matthews before Boy Meets World officially ended. Believe in yourselves. Believe in yourselves. Dream. Try. Do good. And I haven't figured out who I want to help and how. All I know is I want to pay things forward. I've been in dire straits and people helped out anyway in ways I wouldn't expect. And I would love to be able to pay that forward somehow. Whether it's helping kids with terminal illness still live out their lives better, or if there is some way to get past the terminal, or any kids with cancer, help them as they fight cancer and hopefully defeat cancer if possible, or cancer research, or food related things, because we know that can be a struggle as well. And I keep swearing, instead of donating food, donating money could help food banks to go buy more direct food with no question in its quality and be able to give people better quality stuff. I'm not 100% on that, but I swear that could be a thing. I'd want to help out with one of those over the course of 2026. It could be more of a passive mission to raise $1,000 over the year. And somewhere along the way, I don't know where every $50 or $100, I'd want to go back to doing the whole trying out fruit thing. That was certainly a time to try out fruits and have actual real reactions to them, because that felt fun enough. And then there could be stuff at $100. I don't know. I would need to make more money so to feasibly give away digital gift cards to spend anywhere, or game store gift cards, and then in higher donation totals, then it could be gift cards to anywhere. I mean, we're mainly here for the video games and the love of them first. But that's only skin deep like beauty is. Come for the games, stay for the souls. Now, I do have a thoughts on if $1,000 is reached. And I swore I would never do this. But it ain't for me. It would be for, if not even you all, anyone who loves this game that is clearly not me, and you all know my absolute fury about it. I would offer this because it'd be that crazy and wouldn't expect it happening even in a year. If $1,000 was raised for a charity I'd want to raise money for, I would stream The Last of Us Part 2. Some of you were here when I streamed the remaster of Part 1, not the up-gen graphic remake, the remaster. I didn't play The Last of Us Part 1. I played The Last of Us Remastered. Some of you saw me stream it, and some of you may remember all my horrible feelings about that game. It's very possible that's not going to change with the second game. But I ain't doing it for me. There is no way in hell it would be for me. Horizon Forbidden West is for me. Silent Hill 2 Remake or F, while to lesser degrees based on more puzzles than action, would be for me. Resident Evil Requiem would be more for me. And I've dealt with Village, then went backwards to deal with Biohazard. And first-person camera is an option. I would go third person for both Grace and Leon. That ain't no issue whatsoever. But The Last of Us Part 2, I did not have good times going through remastered. So why would I put myself through Part 2? Because donating $1,000 towards a charitable organization as a collective is kind of huge where I am right now. And then I would dare say, for those here who know me like you all do, if you love me, maybe don't donate to the end of it all. Maybe don't donate when we're in the $800 or $900 range or something. But if someone were to come in and donate $1,000 to that instantly because they wanted to see it that much, I think I would about faint. Now, it'd be better for that to get the $1,000 than me. But could you imagine if someone said, okay, Uncommon, if you go through The Last of Us Part 2, I'll give you $3,000. And then, if you platinum it, I'll throw $5,000 on top of that. And then if you go back and platinum The Last of Us all on stream, or no, just on stream, $2,500 on top of it. No, $3,750 or something. Just to keep it fair. If you were to video either of the platinums, I'll pay you half of the stuff, but I'd still pay you for it all. Imagine someone with that kind of money to burn, throwing all that my way just to play video games I'm not comfortable with. Well, yeah, no, it's not comfort. I can play them, it's just the stories, the atmosphere, the general sense of feeling, those I'm not comfortable with. But I would put myself through that for the entertainment and gratitude of the people donating towards a cause that I believe in and that I could affirm to you all is a worthwhile one. But that's been on my mind the last week and a half or a couple of weeks there. And I even came up with a list of games that I played or touched, and I can't think of. It'd probably be better to think of a top 3 or something. And I don't even know if I feel like ranking anything. So here are games I've touched, and then I'll say what I've only touched and assume that everything else has been finished in some way or another, like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, East Memoir, The Oath in Felghana, Ninja Gaiden 2, Black. I have City of the Wolves, just ain't do enough. Then there's Monster Hunter Wilds. Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge was not all that fun. I did Everyday Wilds, and I did almost Everyday Harvestella, and did everything worth doing in that after 3 years. Then I made heavy progress through East Memories of Celceta, but I hadn't gotten back to it, and it's unfair. It's probably fine that it wasn't Everyday Expedition 33, but if I had thought of it and I wasn't in such dire straits at the time I started, it probably would have been Everyday. But I did go through that as well. I demoed Trails in the Sky first chapter, and I feel a mighty need for a physical copy of it. Best Buy has that. And it's how I got Sonic Racing Cross Worlds on a sale physical. I need to start it and actually go through it. Probably video it at the very least. But that was definitely fun. I need to go back and finish Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, if not after Cosmic Invasion. During celebrating the PlayStation, I started Hollow Knight. Need to do that too. Then what? I was granted a number of games, including Eclipse Breaker, which was fun to see that I ended up inspiring Ericus to get. No, that was Starfire, wasn't it? I know it was Starfire. I don't think Eclipse Breaker, but Eclipse Breaker still looks and feels good. Everyday Erdrick ended on Sunday, having gone through Dragon Quest 3, 1, and 2 HD 2D remakes. And the way it ended sure echoed either of the World Ends With You games becoming The World Begins With You. Come to think, what was that in Japan then? Since it was Subarashi Kono Sekai, It's a Wonderful World. Is it a great wonderful world or a very wonderful world? So Subarashi Dai Kono Sekai, Subarashi something Kono Sekai, I'm not sure. Then it was fun to demo 13Z despite a bug, which did get reported and they saw, and I gave them video proof of it happening. I could stand to do that more and more and more. Then I've started out to pass Traveler Zero. I'm worried I need a break from all the turn-based stuff because I've done so much in 2 months. But then, even before that, all that E33, I should probably go through some roguelites or just plain old action stuff in various ways. But I still need to do stuff in Baldur's Gate 3, then call for a break. I'll be working on more Marvel Cosmic Invasion. We're going places in that. I've been recording Dynasty Warriors Origins, and before a year since the game released, I will finish the Way Dynasty with Cao Cao at the lead. Hate him. And Brew was a fun game there to sample in front of you all. I ought to go through more of that as well. That was cool to see, and I can see why to enjoy it. And it is cutesy for those who enjoy that. Mexican Ninja, I give props to Beast Gamer Kuma for inviting me to the playtest. No one seemed to click my link in the Discord, but that's all right. I still had a way to join the playtest itself. I got to show it to you all. And now I'll be in for the January one as well. I swear they say that's going to be the last playtest. So I'll be able to see what changed, if anything, which has to change somehow. I have my own copy of Starfire that I really need to go through and do stuff in because it is fun. And Ericus wants to do a run with those new nunchucks. Get some Li Long or Maxi in him. Or her, if you're talking about the girl. Then Steel Knights Aramis. It's playable. It's something I can do. But I wasn't feeling it as heavily as other games like Starfire and Brew and Morbid Metal and Alabaster Dawn. Ericus really hit a winner with a demo to try with Alabaster Dawn. That needs to be considered a special indie darling next year. It needs to be. It just feels special. And then next, there was Holy Justice Galaxy Outcast. I get why it controls the way it does, but I'm not big on how it feels. I'm really not. What's needed me to play it, and I haven't, is Fantasy Life I. I've gone 2 hours. They were very smile-inducing 2 hours. But 2 hours ain't enough. It deserves more from me. Heroes of Mount Dragon deserves to be finished by me as well. And it was fun to do stuff with Zarnathium, and the game itself is kind of funny, actually. Not even kind of, it is funny and silly. That Chronicles of the Wolf game I tried earlier this year, it reminds me how little Castlevania I finished, and I played it around in my head to do games in that franchise, and I haven't. And there's plenty to play through and enjoy, and I have plenty as it is. Also deserves my playing Chronicles of the Wolf and Castlevania. Sizzle and Stack was a very fun or very surprising thing. Probably a number 2 surprise for me. I didn't know I'd be into trying to actually do things well in a deck builder. And that deck builder can be more lax if you want it to be. So you don't have to worry about as much challenge with timelines, with limited time doing things. I want that challenge though. I want to have to do things within a certain limit. I want to push myself in order to do things efficiently. The biggest surprise though, and I still got a butt ton of keys, was Game Stonk Simulator. That was too goofy and silly feeling, more so than I realized. Now, I do want to see something here. Checking. I feel like it'd be more higher up if it was a thing. But I don't see anything about AI having a hand in Game Stonk Simulator Gone Rogue. I don't see anything about AI being a major thing. So if that's not, that would be all fine there. That'd be good if its AI wasn't involved. I'd rather say heavily. If AI assets were used in very, very early things and then replaced just as placeholder things, I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. That's not a big deal to me. It's more when stuff stays intentionally. Maybe I'll take a break from reading out the games that I've had involvement with over the year and hear what you all have to say about stuff. Maxie was actually Ericus's main in Soul Calibur 2. Come to think, I forget, I swear you have a Switch 2. And if you do, did you get Nintendo Switch Online, and are you going through, or do you feel like going through Soul Calibur 2? The, what is it, Chronicles of the Sword or Swordmaster mode? I forget. You definitely build up Maxie through that or use them throughout all of that. I feel like I should with Siegfried. Siegfried ain't in Soul Calibur 2. It's Nightmare. But I still rather do things with Link. But Siegfried won't carry over, or no, Link won't carry over to other things like Nightmare, though. Oh, you haven't seen it. Yes, Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack, Switch 2, Soul Calibur 2 was totally a thing. Absolutely a thing. And you'll be able to remap buttons if the controls, for whatever reason, don't feel right. You'll be able to change that up. Ericus is hyped for Alabaster Dawn and excited that Mindy recognized the style from Crosscode that I didn't give enough time at all to play. Crosscode's something else I needed to play as well years ago. And Ericus doesn't have the expansion pack. That is okay. I will say with it, you'll be able to play Nintendo 64, Game Boy Advance, Sega Genesis, and on the Switch 2, GameCube games. And if they were to put Skies of Arcadia Legends on there, it could be over. Maybe less so Evolution Worlds, but it'd still be exciting to see there. But if they threw either of the Sonic Adventure updates on the GameCube online, there'd be even less than zero excuse to not put Skies of Arcadia Legends on there. Any plans for next year? I know I'm trying to figure out who I want to raise $1,000 for over the year, but detailed plans, I can't figure out. I think I would need to look up releases.com to figure out what that would be. But immediately, I truly don't know. Although I do have two ideas. One, focus more on the YouTube stuff, but still co-stream or dual stream on Twitch. Like, I could have less of an effort on Twitch, but still stream. I need to work so much harder with YouTube related things. It's the reason I've been able to share Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D Remake in the beginning of Octopath Traveler 0 with you all. Not Twitch, YouTube. But the same way RPG aficionada Orbology more focuses her all on YouTube, but dual streams on Twitch, and there are people who follow on Twitch and watch her there instead of YouTube. The same could apply for me. And while I'm recovering from hernia repair surgery and I won't be able to stream, I really could be putting together a new clip package that still has me infuriated at my loss, the complete reversal of Triple Triad and Final Fantasy VIII Remastered, and cap it with that absolutely insane hole-in-one that none of us expected. But there's so many clips in between those that I could change and not have everything hurt. Not everything has to hurt now. And I know I'll be working again on the video game history social media posts that I have been way behind on for 2 months. And maybe more like 3. And then before they expire, make all kinds of clips from the Everyday Erdrick stuff, because there have been things in plenty of streams. If I couldn't think of stuff from every stream, there's a number of streams that I could easily clip stuff from. So those are the more immediate things I can think of doing, per se, regarding any kind of plans. But what to play and share with you wise, I have to look at releases.com to figure that out. And then there are more games to read that I've played this year. Like, I started DK Bonanza. When am I going to go back to that? I've demoed Ball Pit, and I have it. It's probably going to be more of a video thing. Like, I really need to upload with Vampire Survivors. Same with Mega Bonk. I showed you all a little Mega Bonk if you got to see it. Actually, there's a PS5 Great Value brand Mega Bonk that I've been granted a key for. So I could sample that as well. I have to do that through Twitch. Plenty of games to sample have to be through Twitch right now. So if I get back to the harder work on YouTube and keep that up, I'll be able to do stuff there instead. And I prefer to do that instead, really. I started Moonlighter. I have Moonlighter 2 in early access, and I want to go through them. There was a roguelite shooter called Reality Break. It's a space shooter, I should say. A roguelite shmup called Reality Break. That was certainly cool, and I want to play through more of that too. And then I demoed I Am Machine for you all. Now I have the full key of that, and I want to share that with you all as well. There's a very peculiar game called Crokespire. And if you were to see it in action, you would find it impossible to draw you would find it impossible to not draw even one comparison to Castlevania Symphony of the Night. There's plenty in there that feels Symphony of the Night coded, but you are a frog in that. And there's no real issue if it loves the stuff. It may not be much, I don't know, but it's peculiar, and we could at least see about it. Now, I demoed First Squadron Zero. Uncle Shaq has reignited the whole care for a rail shooter like Star Fox 64. So timeless. And First Squadron Zero has that feel to it. Perhaps more so than the original First Squadron. I need to go through EX Zodiac. I keep forgetting if it's EX Zodiac or X Zodiac. That's available on Steam and Switch. That has more of the original Star Fox feels, which are similar enough and still worth looking into. Then there was that game Rogue Labyrinth, another action roguelite, and that got a few views somehow, including from people behind the game. Dragon is Dead feels like Castlevania roguelite, maybe more olden day Castlevania roguelites in ways I appreciate. And it looks and feels good. It needs more time from me. I'm worried about Mina the Hollower. Play the demo. Demo is absolutely noms, to quote a friend of mine. But Yacht Club Games is in some dire situation. In the game, they've had to take the release date of either Halloween or the day before and just say to be released. We don't know exactly when right now. But if the game doesn't sell the way they need it to, Yacht Club Games will be out of business. We can't have that. Not when they make the kind of games they do that can easily appeal to anyone who's a fan of a retro aesthetic or fans of the kinds of games that Shovel Knight and Mina the Hollower are inspired by, or both, at the very least. I hope if I can do anything to help them with Mina the Hollower, I will. Mainly in the promoting side of things. Then I demoed Demon X Machina Titanic Scion. It reminds me I want to go through the first game. I want Titanic Scion, but it ain't time for me. Even if they're not related, I still want to go through the first game. But that is some fun mech action to me after all. Then Cave Digger 2 was certainly interesting. Haven't finished it, but I definitely did share the game with you all. And it is something there. I don't mind how it looks and feels. And there's something about the feeling of adventure. That is a nice thing to have there. So what would be 3 games that made the biggest impression on me then? Obviously, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. That has to be. Then I would say, actually, Trails in the Sky first remake. I never did touch the original Trails in the Sky. The way the remake is presented in its 3D graphics and how those graphics look, and the way the play is, whether real-time action or the turn-based stuff that had been the bread and butter of Trails games, and just the voice performances as well, and the general feelings of the characters, Estelle just may really be Bestel. And Stephanie Sheh as her really feels right. And then I'd almost say maybe big impression might be Ball Pit. An auto-advancing, not quite breakout, but still roguelite. If anything, the art style kind of reminds me of something you'd expect from a Tim Burton joint. So there could be fans of that for sure. The way it plays is the kind of deceptively, unexpectedly fun that Vampire Survivors started. And this isn't a Survivors game. This is a wholly different thing in itself. But I got the same kind of joy that I did with Vampire Survivors. So that's 3, but there are still more that left impressions like Sizzle and Stack and Game Stonk. I didn't expect to feel the way I did with those. Fantasy Life I is not getting enough of my attention, but those 2 hours were definitely worth my smiles. Dynasty Warriors Origins. It's funny that the growth is based on how proficient you are with weapons. I'm a fan of that. It encourages actually using those weapons. Because if you do, the whole of you will get stronger, not just learning new battle arts or increasing your stats. When you get better with a weapon, you just get better as a whole as well. I'm fine with that. Then what else? Sonic Racing Cross Worlds was very surprising in the best ways fun. I figured it would be fun, but that's a good kind of chaos we can use in our lives. And given its further reach than that of a certain red cap wearing racer in its own right, if only it got best sports/racing game, but racing is a sport, so that's kind of unfair. I mean, yeah, it's Mario Kart World. It's Mario Kart. People play Mario Kart, but it's only in one place. It doesn't get the exposure that Sonic gets, nor does Kirby. And people have been saying, or at least the places I've been looking, people have been saying Kirby Air Riders is absolutely fun in ways people don't realize. And it may, if the first air ride was a blemish on Kirby, then those same people feel like this completely polished that. Like this is totally a Kirby racer to get your hands on. I have to thank Dark Phoenix Tori for having gotten me to do Infinite Wealth, and then I stopped the whole game requests thing. But Infinite Wealth was definitely fun. In fact, I should have the sound effect. I just hadn't put it on anything. But there should be something here that's very fun sounding. One of a number of beloved sound bites if I have it here. I'm not seeing it there. It's not there. I must not have it. Either I don't have it or it's in the wrong place or something. I wonder. I'll go look somewhere else real fast. No, here it is. Here's the soundbite here. But will it be loud enough is the question.
I'm on top of the world!
I think that was loud enough for you all, but I love that so much. So nice. I'll play it twice.
I'm on top of the world!
How cartoony can he get? And he would sure be excited for me that I've gone through the Erdrick trilogy. At the very least, I definitely went through the first game, but I went through the whole Erdrick trilogy. So Ichiban has got to be real happy about that. He needs to play 2 and 3 as well. After all, they shape his worldview. Then what else? I can't even keep track of what I named. I named Infinite Wealth. I named Trails Sky. I want to say Wilds as well. Maybe not enough, but still. When you get past the issues, especially on the Steam, I still have fun with Wilds. I need to go back to it so terribly bad. But there's so much new stuff I haven't shared with you all. I'm letting it paralyze me from doing it. But there's so much to do. And it's still a daily play possible thing. So Infinite Wealth, Wilds, E33, Sky First Remake, Crossworlds. Then I'll throw in Eclipse Breaker for being really PlayStation 1 graphic looking and needing to think about ATB stuff in an action context in a way that I can appreciate, like get commands lined up in a prompt. I realize how that sounds, but we're not talking AI here. And keep moving and get away from stuff, still dodge when their turn comes up. And then what else? I feel like it's unfair, but I still gotta say 1 and 2 HD 2D remake. That's one game there. And that was from this year. But I went through 3 as well. I'm gonna throw 3 in there because it was so late last year. Maybe it wasn't so late, but it was late last year though. So that's 8 different games that have left an impression on me. Octopath isn't there yet. Origins is totally there. Starfire, Fantasy Life, Sizzle and Stack, Game Stonk. Chronicles of the Wolf is probably more an honorable mention. Ball Pit. I could say Bonanza later on, probably not yet, but I see heavy potential for Bonanza having such a big impression with Wrecking the World. Right now, it's an honorable mention. I may hold off on Megabonk being there. I dare think maybe the Moonlighters are honorable mentions. Rogue Labyrinth is an honorable mention. Mina the Hollower probably was a big, big deal to me too, because that really did feel awesome. Grezzo, if you were to remake The Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Seasons, and Oracle of Ages in the way you remade Link's Awakening, you are going to help Nintendo with a major win whenever that happens, if it happens. That would sure be something. If Ericus is around, he'd join in for the new fight in Wilds. I forget what it is, but I swear, is it some, like, extremely powerful dragon? I forget. Because there's been so much that I haven't done. I can choose to be ashamed of it. But man, you really turned me around and got me to care about the Lance. I feel like that would be more my main, and I would need to have Charge Blade in my pocket. Oh, it's from 4 Ultimate. Just like as soon as I get the cover off here. It's from 4 Ultimate. Just like this new 3DS XL. The first one I ever properly touched. Man, oh man. And I've only gone through effectively half the game, I'm sure. I got a first set of credits rolling in 4 Ultimate, but I didn't go through the second part of the game. But that first half or first big chunk was definitely enough to say, you know, there may actually truly be something to these Monster Hunter games. And with World on the way, it being a console game, I think I'm actually going to try it out. And the rest is history. But I feel like I've reflected plenty on my 2025 here. And I appreciate anyone who's chosen to stay and listen through any of it. There have definitely been downs, whether relating to content or not. There have been some incredibly shocking ups that remind me why I want to keep monthly gratitude journals. And I have been doing it all this year. So I know I can keep that up and not just do that, want to do that. I want to remember why I'm grateful for things that happen. And if anything, I should finally see what games are coming out next year, because there have been so many things I can't think of. One I can think of is Onimusha, Way of the Sword. Oh my God. So what is coming next year that has dates to think about that's worth my attention that I can think of? I wonder if Code Violet's one of those. Code Violet might be one of them. I ain't ready for the Legend of Heroes Trails Beyond the Horizon in any way. Is that a release date of January 16th for Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time remake? I need confirmation on this here, because I hadn't heard nothing. Nothing except it being in development hell. Let me see. Sands of Time remake. Or is that just a placeholder date? Apparently, that was leaked a month ago. If it was, it may not have been leaked if there was a public record of a Ubisoft earnings call. Now, I know it is Ubisoft, but this was before the terrible things when they made the original Sands of Time. And I'd be careful not giving Ubisoft too much of my time. It's just that would be a chance to make up for a lost time that I never finished and cost Uncle Shaq in finishing himself. But I don't know if he wants to do it. 2XKO will hit consoles on, or at least PS5 and Xbox Series, January 20th. And I forget the last Faith. Oh, it's the Metroidvania there. That is, with Souls-like difficulty. That I get. I totally went back on that. What are you talking about? Releases. There we go. So that's all January there. DLC and re-releases I'm not overly worried about reading out loud. Not really. I ain't seeing much else in January worth my mention. Then what about February? All right, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. I did so much Dragon Quest already, but that's a 3D. What is that? What's the word I'm looking for? The kind of diorama remake, a diorama looking remake. Is that the full release of Neo 3 in February 6th, and I think one last alpha next month? Oh, come to think, February, the next game from Grasshopper Manufacture, Romeo is a Dead Man. That's gonna be bonkers. Mario Tennis Fever will be a thing for those who want to play it. I don't know if I'll give it enough time, but in good conscience, I don't yet feel able to get Yakuza Kiwami 3 in Dark Ties. Not unless they change out that man who, I forget the drama, but I think it was something about striking women or something was a terrible person in a restaurant. It's been done before with one of the 3, 4, or 5 in the remastered trilogy. They did change the model and actor. They could do it here as well. And if that means pushing back Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties, I won't lose sleep over it, and neither will the people who demand that actor's removal. They would wait for that. And so would I. February, Rune Factory Guardians of Ozma will hit the PS5. And what else is there? There'll be East 10 Proud Nordics on Switch and PC, and it doesn't look like the PS5. Yes, the PS5 as well. So that is a thing that'll happen. I totally closed that, so why is it messing up again? Now I gotta scroll all the way back down to February, but that won't be long. There I am, right back there. There's a Raiden Fighters Retro Collection coming in February. And then there'll be a City Hunter, I want to think port of an older game on the Switch 2. I don't imagine it's a new game. And while plenty of people... No, I don't know. I don't think plenty of people would be as worried about Tales of Berseria remastered. I don't even know if I would, but I don't know. I did go through it. But February 27th, the world will only really care about Resident Evil Requiem. There's no way that can be ignored. Then in March, there will be that Pokemon Pokopia. That will 0% be for me. But I know there are some people here who want their hands on that. Then, Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly Remake. That'll be a deal. If there are any Tactics fans and R-Type fans, you'd be able to get R-Type Tactics 1 and 2 Cosmos. And then if you don't want to do the intense action that Ericus and I do, for example, or maybe you do like that, but you also want an RPG feel, a real turn-based one, with different, more anime-looking looks that do look gorgeous. Monster Hunter Stories 3 will be a thing in March, the 3rd month of the year. Now, bigger deal to me is Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered. I thought I heard that that's considered one of, if not the best games in Dynasty Warriors by its fans. I wouldn't know that about 3. I swear I've heard that about 4. But it's still all right that 3 is the thing. Just to get a remaster is a big deal. In this day and age. The racing game Screamer will be a thing later in March. Is it only PS5? Why is my arm hurting? Am I holding it too hard over my Switch 2? And come the end of March, Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection will be a thing, and the only thing missing will be the Legends Legacy Collection. I don't want it unless we get Legends 3 to get our man Mega Man Volnut off the moon. I would not realize there's a remake or remaster of Max Payne 1 and 2 coming at the end of March, or just sometime in March, they say. Potentially, the Toxic Crusaders beat 'em up as well. Not based on the movie that's very violent and mature, as much as the more kid-friendly cartoon, more sillier. Whole lot of things without real dates in March, if not the first quarter, like when exactly are Ingrid and Alex going to show up in Street Fighter 6? And then Cook Serve Delicious Remastered. That'll be a fun thing there. There's a Final Fantasy 14 mobile on the way. I would not realize this. But what good is that going to be? Do we not have a date for East Memoir Revelations in Salsetta? I wouldn't remember that. Then DLC's coming for Ninja Gaiden 4. And is Switch 2 Game Chat ending in March? Because that's sure curious, but probably not anything to really complain about. What else is there? Nothing else I'm seeing here in the first quarter. Then what about April? Maybe I'll look into Kingdom's Return. The Time-Eating Fruit and the Ancient Monster. Or Time-Eating Fruit and the Ancient Monster. Pragmata will be a thing at the end of April, and I still never demoed it yet. I need to do that. I'm sure I'm late in any kind of early enough time, but I still need to anyway. Saros. From similar minds of Returnal. I could stand a Returnal for sure. And that was all for April. May will have 007 First Light. I swear it got delayed actually to May. And then Lego Batman, Legend of the Dark Knight is a more serious Lego Batman game. Then R-Type Dimensions 3. So is that a remake of R-Type 3, The Third Lightning? Or is it R-Type 3 Dimensions? I'm not sure. Then June, we're really getting into lesser known territory here, like Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Phantom Blade Zero in September. A ways away. Possibly also Avatar Legends, the fighting game. And then November, most of the world is waiting for Grand Theft Auto 6. And could we hear anything about Fable and Wolverine and the Knights of the Old Republic remake? I swear Onimusha Way of the Sword is sometime, the second quarter of next year or something? I don't remember, but I know I need that very much. We haven't heard anything about Kingdom Hearts 4 in a good while, neither. I can wait another year or two for the last part of the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. I am not bothered. There's plenty of other things. And it probably doesn't need to... No, I kind of wish it would compete with Grand Theft Auto 6. And yet I think Grand Theft Auto 6 would win anyway, and I would feel real upset about that. I can't think of when, but there's also that Persona 4 revival on the way as well. That's another thing to think about. While this isn't for me, puzzle fans would think of the new Professor Layton game in the new world of Steam. Then I forget about the Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales that I still never demoed yet. Oh my God, what have I done in not doing that? Why, oh why? So many games without release dates or re-released without release dates. I swear Scott Pilgrim EX is supposed to be February unless that got to change. That's something to look into. But then what else? Because there's so much. Oh, so much. Shirley Alabaster Dawn. Probably not a console release of Mecha Break. I ain't as worried about that. Is there a Samurai Pizza Cats beat 'em up game coming? Blast from the Past? Is that a beat 'em up or is that something else? I don't even know. But I do know it's Samurai Pizza Cats. I don't know about Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope DX. Unless that's just a port. Or I forgot about Wu-Tang, Rise of the Deceiver. And I forgot about Splatoon Raiders, although I'm not a Splatoon person. then what else? There's still so much to read through of what could or might not be a thing. Oh yeah, there's vampire crawlers coming, deck building, I swear it is. Is there actually going to be a Fighting Force collection? Has that been announced? Because holy cow. And what about Crystalla and Bradley the Badger? I need to pay attention to Bradley the Badger. That was a surprise there. Okay, that is just that. That's not enough of a thing. And we did get an announcement of Trails in the Sky second chapter remake. That is absolutely happening. Very, very, very much. Still so many things to scroll down and see about. But what else could really be worth my time? What would I want to read out? Stupid Never Dies is something to look into. We saw action of that, so that's all right. The mobile Suikoden Star Lead, also available on PC. Not so sure. Not very convinced. In the spring, we'll get news about the new Virtua Fighter project, or we might just get news about the new Virtua Fighter project. Still so many games. Will we get anything about the upcoming Star Fox 64 inspired Wild Blue Skies? Because we could use that. And I know I haven't been checking chat. I apologize. It's just so much to go through here. But believe me that I'd rather see you than not. I'm just trying to stay on course here. And there's still so much more to go through. So many games, so little time. So many considerations when I already have, I'll exaggerate 1,000 to think about. So many names. And still more to go. I wonder how different Drill Keeper is from Core Keeper. Or if they're the same kind of thing. Because it could be by the name. I wouldn't know anything about a Dragon Quest Smash Grow. That's complete news to me. And none of these feel worth reading out loud, neither. I don't know that I need Dissidia Duellum Final Fantasy. I could try, but I'm a little worried about it. Still so many names. It's so hard to keep up. Like, I probably shouldn't be clicking see more as many times as I have been. But it's hard to help when you are very into video games and you want to see stuff at times. It can be real hard to help. But then a lot of this does not feel like big name things to really recognize. Even if one is Toho, that still doesn't help things. There'd be plenty of demos and samples and people sharing these games in various ways. Definitely. Not releases.com saying that there could be a potential PC release of Scarface, The World Is Yours, from what, 3 generations ago? I'd look into it though, make up for lost time. I honestly considered getting that back on the Wii just because. But I wouldn't be able to play any licensed music at all, whether E.G. Daily or Rick James, for example. Okay, that was it for the list there. We're out of there. And Ericus would have to check City Hunter. Why do I think it's a point-and-click adventure game the likes of, say, Snatcher? Although there is a little action in shooting down some drones or something like that. But I know someone else who would really need to look into City Hunter, and I think I told them about it already, actually. But having read all that and wondering what to do and reflecting on my year of streams is over now. And I don't have the biggest idea when I'll be back, although I'll have time this week, but I don't know when. So many people are doing things. And I don't know who to raid. I'd like to think could raid someone. I'm not 100%. I may do that now before it's too late. Just know that if you want to be cooler than you already are, you can copy and paste this raid message here. I'd really rather hope that they're not ending their own selves, but they're not moving. So I can't be 100%. I really can't. I'm going to go ahead and get the raid ready for Vicious Shady, though. Playing more of a game that's needed my attention, and I still haven't in forever. I haven't touched since the demo, and still upset about it. Okay, they're still doing things for a little longer, so that's all cool. It's been rough, but you all have made it far less rough and more manageable. And I've been sworn to secrecy as the people who gave me the things I've gotten this year, outside of course, the big companies with their game keys. And there have been a lot. And a lot of them I named on all the games I touched in any way this year that I can think of. All I can do is thank those people who gave me a Switch 2 and anything related to that, and a few games and some other stuff throughout the year. Can hardly believe that, but it happened, and I'm just so grateful, and I hope to pay it forward next year. While there will be less effort on Twitch, I'll still be here, and I hope to do more with YouTube, and I hope 2026 is a better time for me. If it's been bad for you, I hope it's better for you. If it's been good for you, I hope there's more good for you in 2026. Until then, take care of yourself, love yourself, be kind to yourself, forgive yourself, believe in yourself, have those notifications on, uninstall, reinstall. You're awesome, pass it on, and until next year, stay uncommon. Later.